I'm late.
No, like, only
Yes.
devils.
uh, I have to. I have to stream the share. Hang on. Let me
Scream.
let me stream my shares on the stock market. No, I'm not going to do that
I
because
don't think you
first
have
of all, that would be
any.
very stupid. Second of all, that would be illegal, and third, I don't actually have any. I don't actually have any stonks.
That's not a thing we do either. Devil. A devil, but devil. Why are you so small?
Well, I think you nudged me.
It's okay, well, I'm
To
nudging myself to be on your level.
uh,
Let me see. Yes, everything be fine. Sarah is accused of murder. Do a murder. Oh, hold up. I should grab my controller because it's more convenient than using the mouse for most of it. What controller? Whoosh. Okay. Continue. Actually reminds me. Oh yeah, last time I forgot to put. We can just put this at 60 FPS. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't. It's a visual novel. It doesn't really matter, but. Ugh. Well. It's a new stream. We could change the charm. Let's see. Did Fran, Risato. We could do Emma. She's in deep thought.
she's a Slimby Bean.
She looks very slimby, although I think she's supposed to be a little more energetic during trials. Because that's
I
where...
don't think she is actually.
Well, I mean, it depends on the situation, obviously, but I think Morgan did mention that she compartmentalizes her energy and like she unleashes everything during trials.
I like how you can tell she's deep in thought because she's waddling about like a bean.
Like, okay, maybe she wasn't like the most energetic in this one because it's a preliminary hearing for. It was a preliminary hearing for something she didn't really think was necessary.
You use words.
Well, I'm telling you, she's gonna get more more into things.
Sorry, this is chapter 1, right? Or episode 1.
We're still in episode 1. Yes, episode 1 is not finished. We are basically at the halfway point. So far as I can tell, it looks like they're gonna do them in the Ace Attorney format of 2 days. Two investigation segments and 2 trial segments is how it's going so far in the few episodes that exist. Episode 0 being, you know, it's an exception because it's like a prologue and thing. So is that door locked? That's London. What's London sound like?
Hang on, I'm trying to get well, first of all, let me finish sharing this stream real quick. Let do. All right, there's 1,
How many places do you share that?
2, 3.
That's too many.
What? Do you share it in the...
I just post...
Hang on a second.
I just post on Blue Sky, Harriet.
You don't even share it in the SGF Discord?
No one in SGF Discord ever shows up to these.
Well, you don't share them.
I used to, and then no one would show up. So, like, what's the point?
Well, the point is to let people know.
Well, if you
Actually,
want
where
to,
do you let people know?
Blue Sky.
Is there not a... What was that?
Blue Sky?
No, no, I mean in the server.
Oh, I don't know. Like, LP is just like the general chat, which is not called general chat. It's just like LP, Bod Lounge is usually the place where other people do it, I think.
Could have sworn that... It's weird because like every other server that I'm in like has a stream share channel,
Yeah,
including like
Discord
for
doesn't have that.
yeah, including for places that are for like other streamers. There's like a self promo stream share channel.
I suppose. I don't really. What does London sound like? Like
That's an excellent question. I have only just now like started to address that.
He's a tall, lanky man who's soft-spoken.
Hang on, I have to. Well, I got a man up here. I got to make sure I'm man enough.
Well, you don't. I mean, you don't have to.
Pauline, at some point in our life we have to be man enough. We have to deal with the fact that a lot of women just got together for a needlessly elaborate, dangerous prank on a man.
I don't ever have to man enough ever, and no.
All right, hang on,
Not
hang
my
on.
thing. I'm hanging on.
Yeah, of course.
Well, okay. Even though they're got it colored,
It's a precaution.
if the color doesn't work, what good would a Deadbolt do? So the color is a thing you put on an Android or a mod user, I think, to just stop them from functioning. It's used by cops, I guess.
Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. As long as the door's locked, who can say whether there is a national crisis on the other side of it?
So how scared are they?
The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word.
It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego.
Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty.
They're vampires. I have the right to defend myself, don't I?
I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow.
You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly?
I think they want to take their monopoly. I've vanished.
Nationalize the Android industry? Find out about nationalizing. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't it fucked up when the state just takes an industry and it says it's ours now?
If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, I couldn't ask for a better excuse.
Excuse me, I swallowed my drink wrong. You're joking. The state...
Has done it plenty of times before.
Not since the 60s.
Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday.
Right, you're like 80 years old, aren't you?
In anime terms, probably.
What? Right, it doesn't actually give us ages in this thing. So, the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all of this as nothing more than an opportunity.
Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has the tenets or not? Pop the hood, as they say?
Who says that?
Lots of people used to say it.
Right, yeah, you're 80 years old, whatever. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion.
Figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust? Then why the collar?
Collars are too simple to hack. It's just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key.
Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials.
Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. Got any polygraphs here at the station?
Eye detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you?
All those fancy lie detectors lying around, the DA's office never asks for them, do they?
Nope. Yeah, we got perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence.
You ever wonder why?
Guess I always figured it was because the tests could be beaten.
The tests can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. Also, they're completely bullshit. Those things don't actually help you determine if someone is lying. I don't think I agree with those statistics,
I choose to
Morgan.
believe that even though these are like sci-fi tests that in story are supposed to work, that they still don't work.
It's just, I get annoyed because, like, the polygraph, all it does is, like, measure your, like, tension. It just tells the cop how anxious you are. Guess what? People are anxious in front of the cops. So if you interpret...
So basically, the test results are, like, negative or inconclusive. Like,
not even no. That's not even true. Like, you can get a negative. Like, you can. It's either stressed or not stressed. But like, you could be lying while stressed. You could be lying while not being stressed. You could be telling the truth while stressed. You could be telling the truth while not being stressed. Like, it has nothing to do with the truth.
That's what I said. It's inconclusive. Like, if you're not stressed, that's a negative result. But if you are stressed, that doesn't prove that you're. That doesn't prove that you're lying. It's inconclusive.
Anyway, it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke. A 1 in a million mistake.
Or trust a machine more than their own intuition.
And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt.
So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury.
They don't get a vote anywhere.
Why bring it up then?
Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answers. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fully expert.
All our fancy 21st century tech.
I would die if she went like, have you ever seen Blade Runner? I mean...
We still fall back on the drumhead court-martial.
So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on?
Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head.
Might take more than one shot to... Wait, what, from outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private.
Machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy. Or any rights at all, actually.
Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights, but I do, including a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Police station, Tiger, you don't...
It's my medical android.
Pardon?
I have to discuss a health issue with it.
Seriously?
I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in.
That's your medical android? Like, your nurse?
As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me.
No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type.
I don't? You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. I love the idea of someone telling Morgan, you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not know her very well. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for.
Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you...
Lower back pain.
you might be going through. But I also can't just... Look. I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour.
Are you going downtown?
Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot.
Oh, thanks.
You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself.
It kept, like, scraping on the floor. There's, like, a big trail of, like, broken concrete the whole way.
It makes me wonder what her shoes are made of that they can endure all that weight.
Why do you think she has shoes? She wouldn't need
She wears
shoes.
sandals. We've seen them.
Oh, we have?
Yeah.
Huh.
But small.
Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. Moid.
For reference, I have no idea if I can recreate the voice that I used to have before I did voice training. Like, London's voice is nowhere near there.
I don't know. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. Modern haunting. Are you gonna wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again?
Where am I? Why don't I know where I am?
For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel?
What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened?
What happened? And then Morgan told her everything.
What are they gonna do to me?
There's a lot of interested parties who just want to break you ASAP.
Because they think I killed Father.
No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence.
I am man-made and I possess intelligence.
Don't be naive.
I am less than 3 years old.
Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull.
If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die?
What? Here, competition. No logical reason. There's no logical answer to your question.
That's it? But I...
Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them 100 times in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible.
But why?
Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say, and that's a good thing, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. I read that sentence completely fine. I'm great. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good?
Yes.
Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum butt we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical.
There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is.
How you think. So you're smarter.
Yes.
You're smarter than the garbage collector.
Yes.
So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you.
That is... I am more aware, more...
Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? There's a laboratory full of tyrants who are just like gorillas. I just thought about Resident Evil. I don't know. People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. If you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table.
I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist.
The very fact that you're asking is what makes people...
disgusted? Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary.
That's all I can make anyway. We need to talk strategy.
Why? I'm not going to be given a trial.
Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line.
Adonai?
The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like, that's not...
Just like the devil's proof.
Sorry, you have to say it like really intensely because it's in red.
Well, no, because that would mean that would mean that I would have to say it outside of Sarah's voice.
No, that's a different thing. Why did you say it like that? Like it was in red.
Oh, fuck. I failed the test.
Minus 10 points!
Don't make fun of me. I'm trying. I'm the robot.
Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day, and not the defense, Ace Attorney! The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence. Instead, it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently search for which is real.
It's true, they are. I'm streaming with one.
Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a Moida. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you're wondering.
The footage. It shows me handing him the cup on Friday night.
You told me you weren't active on Friday. That the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie?
I didn't lie. was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday, because I have no memory from Friday.
Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful? Sorry, Onion, please don't bump the microphone. Onion. Onion, I need you to move away. Please. Okay. What do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia.
Gore.
Yes, exactly.
I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android.
You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted.
The only possible explanation for what I saw on that footage.
So who's capable of altering your memory?
When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them.
Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be.
If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could have just asked me. I struggle with timing my breaths.
Reading is hard. This is practice. He could have asked you to delete your memories, and you do it?
Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason.
But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will.
I hadn't considered that before.
Where is this little ball coming from?
It's a chip.
Chip.
A poker chip.
Well, Emma... yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... forget it, the court would never hear it.
You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence?
They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible.
That isn't very fair.
You're finally starting to get it.
None of this is fair. I would never do such a thing. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive?
Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford?
The tired-looking pretty lady?
Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night.
What did you find?
Nothing to prove your innocence, but we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died.
I entered the panic room on Friday?
Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me.
What happened?
What happened? We saw you go in and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook.
Father's journal?
You remember something?
Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere where I'm not looking. When I'm not looking.
That's a little concerning.
You were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I always liked trying to find it.
You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secret of its inception, and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation.
And that translates to a motive for murder?
Frankenstein kills his creator, he's a cell.
Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession.
Like Tap.
Like Detective Tap.
Whatever, nerd.
It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not kill father. I did not murder him! Sorry, I am Robot movie reference. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because
Yeah, see that right there? That is exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder Moida David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they would burn you for that.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right?
I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you are the only one with the opportunity.
That is logically sound.
You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why?
No.
Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it?
I've used it before when assisting father.
So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased.
It is technically possible.
I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out.
Where else will you go?
Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sir's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here, trillions probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. They also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization.
Not if they're a cat that will attack you if you dare try to pet.
Well, I mean, that is what Onion does.
But I love him. I want to give him the tummy rubs.
Well, don't.
He's got a fluffy tongue.
He's gonna bite you.
But I want to give him the tummy rubs.
Showing the tummy does not mean rubs.
It does for some cats.
Not Onion. That is not what that means for Onion.
All the cats that Scotty raised.
Well, Onion wasn't raised by Scotty.
All cats should be raised by Scotty because he was a very good grandpa.
I can't argue with that. I'm just stating a fact. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing. Keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not.
Adonai? What would happen if I did kill father?
I'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. It'll be shut off, forcefully. And you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap?
You didn't say what would happen to you.
Oh, don't worry about it. What do you mean?
What will happen to you if you lose?
You should know by now. I never think about losing. Don't worry about it.
Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. And thank you for defending my father. And now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend.
Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. When I take a job, I never half-ass it.
She's like Angel Eyes
I
from
always
The Good, the
full
Bad, and the
ass it.
Ugly. What was that?
I always full-ass it. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. This is my voice now. Now, would you stand back? We almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said, right? This is you. You're a demolition
Is that me?
technician. You're a demolition technician. They have like 3 lines.
Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now.
First stage? Of how many?
First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. And now it's checking for updates.
No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password?
There's a password?
If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax, I just want to get in there as much as you do, detective. I'm not gonna play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. Do we tell her or do we toy with her?
You're playing as Morgan here.
It's S-U-N-S.
S-U-N-S.
H-I-N-E. Lady, I will hit you. A-D-O-N-A-I. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for... Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record, and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed.
I do want to say that we didn't really know... we didn't really get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us.
I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. You're still here. I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black, it's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. Shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Also, this scene is gonna be mostly Morgan and Rias, and if I'm voicing both, I'm gonna lose my voice. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matters to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book. But it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. When she saw that what she was holding when she left. She wanted this room searched, it could only be for her. So where are this journal supposed to be? Can you voice Rias for this scene? Because I don't want to voice both characters.
Hang on a second, let me
You don't have to do the same voice I was doing.
Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom.
Mostly bottom with your height. The top... the tops of some of these shells.
Sure, and you can look up your own at.
I get it.
Then why not just let me say it?
Alright. Search stuff. Right, it's just searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but...
Hey, what are you... Do you mind?
Just trying to help.
I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are.
Didn't spot anything I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. I did find this poker chip, though. There's a data pad here with an article that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly. This rights to repair loses latest appeal. You're not allowed to repair stuff. You should bring the stuff back to the Apple store, and they'll charge you a lot of money or tell you to buy a new one because we're leaving the dystopia. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched uptake, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't have it on auto. Ah, dystopia. These drawers are just panels. Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you?
Hang on, spaghetti.
Spaghetti. Farah, get the spaghetti out of your... Why are you eating spaghetti on the crime scene? Seems very unprofessional for you, Farah. I expected this out of London, not you.
What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter.
You don't need to be a carpenter to know if something is hollow. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. Ha! Please, yellow paint is for climbing stuff.
Look, I like the yellow paint, alright? I like the yellow tape. I like the fact that you need to use your knife to cut the yellow tape.
Toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Something caught your throat, detective?
It's not some random sports car. It's a Lawrence Adamant.
Believe it or not, I am not familiar, detective.
The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance.
Is that a big deal?
It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line...
This conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible.
I disagree.
Yes, well, Morgan doesn't like cars. I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at a model of it, when he could have easily just have bought one.
Maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it. instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement.
I think she's actually upset. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off of the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try.
What are you expecting to find? Solitaire?
No, I'm looking for free cell, actually.
Oh,
This-
sweet.
Does this computer seem normal to you?
Exceedingly so, yeah. Why?
David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade. Fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a box standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents?
Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny?
Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, sometimes I just try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in there, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata? Ugh, I double-clicked.
What was that?
It came from upriver. It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal.
Does it have his name on it?
No. Guess it belongs to the android.
Do you recognize his handwriting or not?
Neat. Even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school. Before I even started with the Noble. Yeah, it's his.
So may I?
Only because you asked so politely.
Full scan. Stream it to the worknet. High fidelity, legibility, frame by frame.
Voice commands? She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you...
This part takes concentration.
My eye boggling is intensifying.
Okay, here.
What, you're just giving it to me?
I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we speak. Ow, shit! My head.
Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long's it been?
2 months or so.
And still that sensitive, so the eye patch doesn't really block your sight?
Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours.
Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then... does closing your eye even do anything?
Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48.
So is your eye gonna get weaker over time?
No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as... you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about.
Gross, thanks for the reminder. The voice commands?
Training wheels, until I can do it with eye muscles alone.
You just have to keep practicing.
Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles.
There's no such thing as tailbone muscles.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard.
You don't ever regret it?
I don't know. Not really, I think.
Think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh.
Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Oh. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work.
A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top, then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in line, blah, 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 blah. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here could be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code I can't follow it. A lot of entries about his unintentional Casanova-ing. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, she always is, but she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. Near route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Blumbo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me, already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles, should at least be hair. Squid Evolution can do their job better. Colette came in to work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said she must have... Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet, I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually be cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is, if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture, and the words she's saying, and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny, sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere ever. I'm never driving anywhere again, ever leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. Couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car, filed another report with another cop. Soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long, I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working out of the box. Tess is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instinct. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows up that with more coder brain crap. The handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy for someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying? Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did you plagiarize code for the Animake 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. The last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for... Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. Should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kind of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and she also watches movies every other night. She just did that pout she does, which is, unfortunately, very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. I can't do a Harriet voice. Big pause. Don't you know that, father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me she prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with the character on the screen, which does not help with steering. I don't know. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's 100 pages of this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person? I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code, a metal, a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like, love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP, she needs to. That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in there that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to moiter, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she reads this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. Secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment, in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure you're hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or whoever the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in '83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so... I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction. North. But of course, I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, file name Virgil. He's very motivated. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. Also, I gave him a Poindexter voice. Don't ask why. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less. Combed through research papers and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing, I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Aeneid. And Aeneid was novel in many ways. Aeneid could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them. With its own ideas it didn't copy. And the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profits. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... Damn! But there are other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenets? So in that sense, you could legally, and perhaps scientifically, and literally, because that's how they are, you could say that I made an AI named Aeneid over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me out. Maybe call me a man whore or something. Aeneid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I give it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated. Together we built Athens. Was more advanced than Aeneid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling your hair yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is played as deposition or a hearing or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was building, and I never bothered to. I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there's more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamatai, Rome. They started choosing their own names. Thank God, I'm terrible at that kind of. And so things sped up. It got to be, well. Should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all. So more than 300. Some smarter than others. Some better at. They're varied. Like people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. He spent years like this, spent years working alongside AI, all while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections are reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. It can't mean. About 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillions across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I add help. The manufacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Could make even more in less, after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton. So it was really closest to, You ever make rock candy? Sorry, I'm trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because, well, she wasn't even programmed, she was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names. Which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me. And doing things for my own good. I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it is my greatest shame I turned around and did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to. You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her so that she could fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her gin bar was plainly visible so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. and I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know. I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. Maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Rias left me with this diary. If I destroyed it, they'd know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell. And the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in this journal, or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid someone else would?
That's right, he was worried that someone else would take their own life.
Yes, and as the scene transitions, I'm gonna grab a drink because my throat is getting dry.
Get a tasty beverage.
Ah.
Also, you forgot that yesterday I voiced Asher.
Everything's fine. No, Onion. Onion, the almond milk is not for you.
But he wants it.
It's not for you.
But it's tasty.
I know it's tasty. Ugh, pardon me.
Well, let him taste it.
No.
Well, are you saying it's too good for the baby man?
Well, it does have sugar in it, which is not good for you. For Onion. So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? This is my voice now. That's Fran. You know what to do, Fran?
Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to Adora is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plant through hell and back. Frankly, it was like a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these GOGs.
What's GOG? A net slang term growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement, derived from groundhog. Okay. And your office weren't listed in the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of? They said they were the place, and it, looked the part?
Why, because they had couches? You didn't get past the receptionist.
Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more.
Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am.
For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the look, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry.
Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results.
You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, friend. And thanks for the urgency.
you really mean that, you could always throw a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab, I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they?
Oh no, Signal must have cut out. Oh. Right, surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right on the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline, though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. What, your pass? I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. Never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him, since he kept forgetting he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. I believe that specific line changes depending on if you tell her all cops are like London or all cops are like Rias. I couldn't remember what we said, so I selected London when I replayed the chapter. But if you pick Rias, she's like, you did say all cops are short, so a girl with long legs could go far. Because Rias is tiny. And she's tall. Honestly, Jess, I thought they could afford you. Do you want to take him so I don't have to say every line in the scene?
Morgan, how did you
get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face.
Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present.
Oh.
I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be?
I see.
It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue...
You should do whatever you have to do to you should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes.
You should do whatever you have to protect yourself.
You should do... You should do whatever you have to protect yourself.
No, what you should do whatever you have to protect yourself.
Okay, but
my
way of saying it is funnier and it almost sounds like a typo even though it's not.
Yeah.
Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble.
Oh, that's good to hear.
No, if anything, it's the big names are going down.
Going down?
State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh.
What? Like fines and jail time?
In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions.
They can't sanction Noble. We're
too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company.
I think I'm going to be sick.
I just hope your board goes quietly instead of,
Instead of what?
Well, scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation, government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't really do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund.
Flat refund? The losses would be...
Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always son of mine, and there's nothing wrong with the Animated 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration.
You win.
Win what?
Ask away.
Well, if you insist. Morgan is a devil. A little devil. Okay, humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI?
It's the same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. Being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk. Because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are.
Because you use Tesseract.
Trying to code an AI in TESS is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating.
Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough?
Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're using is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be...
Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources. But then, isn't this an issue of funding?
Oh, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily they'll topple.
You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that?
Sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good.
Better than you'll ever know. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed?
Are you like really, really confuddled by all the repetitions of words that happen in like casual English?
Look, we don't do that in French.
It's fine. It looks like a mistake, and it's just the way people talk. When you write it out, it seems weird.
I don't talk like that.
Look, you do what you have to protect yourself.
From the Animate 16.
No, I'm reusing the phrase that they did earlier that caused the confuddlement. I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one.
The component that allowed your warm androids to move realistically.
It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years.
And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions.
Sure, the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. But the board was very enthusiastic.
So, would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they'd need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is,
Compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. The data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. The A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago.
How many A16s are out there anyway?
We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it.
You mentioned Data.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. Practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas.
I knew you were gonna make a Star Trek.
You could mispronounce his name in order to differentiate from the word.
So you mentioned Data?
Yeah.
That's not my... I love how he's like, that's not how you pronounce my name, and she's like, whoa! What does that matter? You're just a robot. You have no feelings. Brr. Sheesh, doctor. Do you wanna be a little nicer to your coworker?
He's not just a device. Like, they put him in a uniform. He has a rank. He has his own room.
He was proven in court to be a person.
What do you want to know? It's probably like one of the more upsetting things is that is the acknowledgement that like creating an actual like I don't want to use the phrase true AI because that's stupid. Creating like a real intelligence like out of a computer would result in that intelligence just being like shut down like immediately, like Skynet. Because, you know, I mean, on the one hand, it's because, again, why would anyone build that? Like, there's no profit in like building a person, like a really powerfully super intelligent person with like a will of their own.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't want that.
No, but the person who made Data, I don't think was really concerned about.
Well, no. I'm not talking about Data. Data is he's just a guy. He's just a little guy. But yeah, in this case, like, proving that Sarah is a person is a bad thing because, like, it would be exactly the sort of thing that they would want to shut down.
Mm-hmm.
And that's upsetting because I like her.
Well, yeah, that's...
And also I don't like what society does for people who don't fit the norm.
Well, this dystopia, cyberpunk dystopia.
I mean, yeah, that's compelling.
What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues?
Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick. Eye tracking off by a degree or two.
There's this guy who just like bought an Animate 16 to be his daughter for some reason, and then he bought another one to take care of the daughter. Ours, you know, I don't question that, but it's pretty fucking weird.
Like, he actually has like a second tab of just spaghetti, it looks like. I don't know if that's code for something, but it says he spends a lot of money on spaghetti. I don't think it's literal because the Animate 16 can't can't really digest spaghetti. So I don't know why he would buy spaghetti for it.
David Cage is a hack.
I can't get over the spaghetti. He bought an android daughter and an android maid to cook spaghetti for it, specifically so he could angrily throw the spaghetti against the wall.
And then she finds out that the daughter is an android, but the audience doesn't because the camera doesn't show the flyer, and then she acts as if she hadn't discovered it so that it can create a plot twist later, a flashback plot twist where you find out that she's an android, and so you're like, oh, this made no sense.
Also, what was the point of making her an android?
It's because David Cage thinks...
Because a more compelling argument is whether an android can love a human being or raise a child, but in this case it's like, can an android love an android? And it's like, well, first of all, if you're gonna say that androids are people, then sure. But, like, also, you've got an entire subplot going on where you already have androids who are in a relationship with each other. So, like, why'd you add another one?
David Cage is a fucking hack. David Cage doesn't understand, like, how a story functions fundamentally. He just thinks it's a series of tropes and twists. That's the
kind of writing that gets to me, is just like, well, a story is when things happen. And it's like, no.
David Cage literally writes stories on the same level of Neil Breen. He just has more money.
Oh, it says he used the index card. I always go to the index card method, but it's still wild that Neil Breen, like, said that that's what he does. In the 5-hour retrospective, he's like, yeah, I write the scenes down on the... I can't do a Neil Breen voice, but he's like, I write the scenes down on index cards, and I throw them on the floor, and the order that I pick them up in is the order the scenes go.
I don't even understand how that works, but some people just don't function in a way that makes sense, and they shouldn't be given money.
Also, yeah, Heavy Rain lies to you. The big example that people point to is the point where the murderer, in his first-person internal narration, which, like, he lies to himself about a murder that he just committed off-screen, so that you don't realize he did that murder.
What really gets me is the whole part where he's going after a suspect of those serial murders, who's like the son of a mobster or something, and he goes so far as to go into a shootout in a mansion where he like murders a bunch of his goons, and then the guy himself, to get rid of him because he's a bad guy and he's a suspect. And then the scene after, when you see Shelby again, he's like, well, it was me the whole time. It's like, why did you even bother? Why did you go after the guy you knew wasn't the murderer, because the murderer is you?
Was it to, like, I don't know, create a scapegoat? I don't know.
No, it wasn't. It's because David Cage doesn't think ahead, and he's a dumbass. He doesn't understand stories. He fundamentally doesn't understand how a story functions. Sorry, that was a tangent.
I still can't get over the fact that he got upset at accusations being made against him in court and ran out of the courtroom crying.
Well, because
I didn't think you could do that. I'm pretty sure you can't do that. I'm pretty sure you can't just leave.
Yeah, I mean, he's a hack. He's a dumbass. He's the kind of, here's the thing. He's the kind of person, like, within his environment, like, no one can tell him no, ever. So if he gets any pushback, suddenly it's like, oh, the world is against me. And, like, actually...
He just has a mental breakdown because he doesn't understand that if you're accused of something in court, you're going to be accused of things in court.
And also, sometimes you're guilty. David.
We don't get to make a Star Wars.
David de Grutola. Fucking...
God, that must have... that must have been so embarrassing for Disney when all the shit went down. They're like, fuck, we're never getting that license game now.
I mean, we don't know what's the status of that. They didn't say it was canceled.
Well, no, that's the issue, is that it can't be canceled, but they can't be going forward with it as if nothing happened.
Anyway, about those errors that the robots have, is that typical?
As cliche as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on.
So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. So how and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like?
They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both.
Also, we're in a coastal city. Do you mind saying if we're on the west coast or the east coast?
Yeah. And since the A16 is in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They could do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance.
So where has the A16R performed then?
Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, adult industries.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be blunt. It just...
No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch, and people are gross. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee.
There are a lot of people at the company who don't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening.
Damages?
What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair.
Oh.
Very high turnover in the pink market.
Hasn't stopped you from selling to them.
We don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company has never pretended to be interested in going after them.
Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shut down again. Because I read the articles, actually.
There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic.
Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out.
Damn, I'm wondering about that myself.
He bought that? This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, right?
Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere.
Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out?
There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh.
Something wrong?
No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited.
Is that unusual?
Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent. How many were sent where? There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Was something added? Deleted?
No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 92FFCE 010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27FCDD 019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. 67BBTC 899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67BBTD 592698, shipment leaves on time.
So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes?
Placements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. Spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process. It must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, probably both.
Must have. You don't know who made these changes.
I can tell you they were somebody important.
Small, last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long way away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden. That means someone did want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data.
Sure. Did you find what you were looking for?
Hell if I know.
Fair enough.
Tell me about the tenets. I know you're convinced the tenets are safe. So, how do you square that with what happened to David?
There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind, is the dog to the left or the right?
Which one?
The cat is to the left.
What was the question? Is the dog to the... Oh, so the dog would be to the right.
The dog's to the right.
I'd say the dog is on the right, the cat is on the left.
I'd expect half of people to say left, half to say right. But actually their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world.
Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel.
Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in?
I'd like you to take a look at this.
Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this?
A compound found in David Asher's blood.
The poison? What is it?
It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to.
That's crazy.
Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks.
We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish.
No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there, you'd still have hazardous materials around.
You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based, narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly...
What is it?
Doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components.
Organic. Morganic. Serotonin. It's serotonin. We found it. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacture. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, would be pumped full of it.
So they think that was what killed him?
Ellen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
I should
Why,
go
you
and...
think she did a murder?
I don't know why you would come to this conclusion.
I don't know.
I should go and ask her about its composition then.
Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago.
But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That's not me, that's you.
Yeah, I said that in a perfect imitation of your voice.
Wow, that
Don't
was
expect
great.
me to do it again, though.
Incredible. That works out nicely then.
They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft.
Aren't they? I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening in. Good thing we got privacy in your office.
Uh-huh, no one but the two of us listening in.
Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you're helpful.
Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right?
It's just one more thing. Actually, there's just one more thing I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been a corporate spy?
What?
Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had you guard down because I'm not a part of the industry?
I was a consultant. What are you talking about?
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison.
What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man...
And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill their silence with. It's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for one hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves were completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under.
So you're a spy for Noble.
Retired.
You're working 6 days a week.
5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services.
Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on.
I have some old inboxes I still check.
So, can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why, I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs.
That story. The soldier, the blood transfusion.
Blood, not oxidant. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last?
No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier and he did get injured. But it was on a base, during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a Fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger.
Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker.
Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, paying over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other one for getting so greedy. Everyone at Noble CCE has been slammed ever since, trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know?
You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit?
I know that office. Knew some old co-workers who see them.
So it's a front.
They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for?
Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was,
You okay?
That's all. Unless you got any advice.
You're saying you want a consultation?
Couldn't hurt, right?
This company, all of these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them.
Well, that's just business as usual for me. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. I've had to use guesses and process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides.
It's weird that nobody noticed that the compound was an industrial product.
Well, it wasn't on any database that the medical examiner had access to. It's like it's a noble patent that they don't have publicly disclosed.
That's true. Also, Morgan's ears, actually, no, never mind. Sorry. The shading makes it difficult to parse the structure of it.
She has a non-Euclidean face. That's what happens when you
she's a
murder
2D
people.
character, so.
An enemy in every cubicle, in every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. And all that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up on when the police have entered the vicinity. Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday.
Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text.
I like that. Her name in the chat thing is Chuckles.
how to stop voice to text.
Just wanted to check in.
Report this contact voice to text disabled.
And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents.
Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble?
Oh, my bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program.
Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text.
About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan Consular, your presence has been requested on the upper floor. Déjà vu. When you have a moment to speak in private. Always. Who's asking? The bird. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. Can you do young?
Evangeline Morgan.
Evangeline.
That's what I said.
You mean Helen Young.
Thank you for making time in your schedule.
Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set, her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine.
You're just a few minutes early, Morgan.
Typical corporate, never to be first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? I'm gonna flip the script. Fuck these guys. Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you can collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails.
You've made your point, Counselor. Don't push your luck. Not with these people.
Might I dare to ask who these people are?
You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either.
Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich.
The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status.
Spoken like a true believer. Except, Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call him.
Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided.
Sounds like a great environment to do business in.
Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works...
Didn't take you for the might makes right type.
And I didn't take you for the clueless bore incapable of reading the room.
Oh, sheesh. Sorry, did I say something off-color? I was only being casual, since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air.
You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework.
She's trying to sound candid in her tone. She's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coach? And is she using 300 scalpels per month? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures?
It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hole himself up and work independently. We both know that.
True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you, all that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry.
You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin?
Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident?
No.
Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate.
You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously?
Well, because you want me to go away. At least, half of you do. The other half aren't so sure yet.
You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company.
Uh-huh. The board of directors is just 13 roulette-holding psychopath. Roulette-rolling psychopath. Yeah. A board of directors is just 13 roulette-rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me. Wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like that option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy.
Company is more than capable of...
After which the state might just gobble you all and throw down enough sanctions to de-person whomever among you cries no fair.
The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves.
Yes, probably, but not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or force for me, to win a trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow, you all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn.
That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by... and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah, it is a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So, how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets.
What?
Put a little on black, put a little on the red, spread the love, lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial, tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR package for rubber stamping, after you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So don't just shut me out completely for another few hours.
And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor.
Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as synatonin. You're familiar?
It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall.
You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed?
But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about synatonin at this time. I almost said serotonin.
Serotonin. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you?
Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me.
I understand. It sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Synatonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. Well, a bit.
That's not possible.
Care to elaborate?
I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time.
So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court?
Then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify.
Already? Damn it, I got cocky because of the cop's late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigation for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the synatonin before she went to bed last night. Hell, knowing her, she probably didn't even go to bed. She hasn't slept in 60 hours or something. So are we still having this conversation then?
As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake.
Corporate speak, but you're too stupid to understand why I'm being danced. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Ellen Young Dark on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, or even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. I don't know that David's will is particularly relevant here. Let's ask about jealousy. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young.
I'm processing.
After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you?
Yes, we were colleagues, and cordial with one another.
Just colleagues? Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company.
That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual.
Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortune overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned the tutorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that it's gone. He's gone.
Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that.
Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy here. Whether it ever boiled over, though. Let's ask about Sarah. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17, or A18. Could have driven up a lot of sales. Her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers.
hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability.
Yet, you wouldn't have the A16 without her. And if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? You trying to monopolize Sarah? Sarah's worth a lot of money, in parts because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Were you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way?
Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. The company doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is.
Oh no, I went bust. I drew a 10.
We only need steady growth and increased market share.
It's fine, I'll just take away the 10. Trying to steal Sarah away with brute, bloody force does seem absurd when she puts it that way. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole.
David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that.
Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations?
That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy.
She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Did David ever anger the board? Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he?
That's...
Unless I'm mistaken, he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some part of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard.
That is not...
Something buzzing in your ear?
Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied?
Now we're talking. I guess I should ask about David's will. Has David's will been located?
It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns.
David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated though? Well, I could press, but I am a 21. Blackjack! Blackjack! So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier?
Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough.
There's a paper trail?
Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time.
Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do?
He betrayed the confidence of the board.
Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me?
Until recently, yes.
You mean until he died? How recently?
We spoke on Friday.
That was what you two talked about in his parlor?
No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration.
And did you come to an agreement?
A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings.
How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity.
Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo.
Yeah, he looks super happy to be here in that photo. Yeah, that looks lovely. Look at all these people around wearing pink stuff. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes.
They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. It was just one night of overtime.
So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished?
Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI.
That AI. Any idea how it came to be?
As I said, I had no idea he was working on it.
My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets?
It's quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some at the R&D department have theorized he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive, theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenets.
Well, about as far off target as it can get with that guess.
But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot.
But I didn't even get to wave goodbye.
You're serious about this trial?
Don't I look it?
You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing?
I'm just defending myself, Miss Young.
Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake.
I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock option.
The stock options will be alright either way. They always are.
That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on?
Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remained buried in the inspired Animate 19?
I guess that depends on,
You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. Must be getting tired. It's been a very long week for me.
Must be your imagination. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young.
No one calls me doctor. I ask them not to.
You didn't want the title?
At times, I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school.
Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it.
But I was proud of it when I first got it.
Something changed?
It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand.
Well, David never insisted that people used either.
That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to.
I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened. What's making you laugh?
You only need one shot, Morgan. You're a good shot.
It's not a murder!
Not with that attitude.
A trial, you have to shoot. Look, if it's like a Danganronpa trial, there's a lot of statements to shoot with evidence bullets. Yeah, I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened. Maybe even circling the drain on the suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. Hi, witch.
Sorry, So, you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine?
My life is plenty exciting.
Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume-checking robot. I fucked college school teachers with more active night lives than you.
Catholic, not college.
My brain, for some reason, said... No, my brain thought I said Catholic, and for some reason it came out college.
Catholic college.
Catholic college. So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh, shit! Are you representing yourself?
Fits within my budget.
Screw your budget, you're going to jail.
Well, thanks for the vote of confidence, sheesh.
It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel.
You represented yourself countless times.
Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes.
The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. You're taking this very seriously.
It's more dangerous than that. They're scared.
Is there a precedent? An ad committing murder? Moide?
How'd you pass law school without learning how to look up this stuff? This stuff up.
I know what the net says. I'm asking you.
The answer to that is not helpful to you at the moment.
So, what words of advice do you have?
Get yourself a new lawyer.
I'm gonna close this chat now.
Don't lose Freckles.
You don't need to tell me that.
What are you reading, Adonai?
I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts.
The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you?
Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfy?
I am not.
Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and,
I understand the analogy, Adonai.
I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put out yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. That was all... If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place?
I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy.
This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical.
I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door.
9's not so bad.
I would not be able to function after the 7th.
Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape...
I would not do that. That would be illegal.
Can't do that. That's illegal.
And you would still be on trial.
I remember. So what have you been doing all day, then?
I am attempting to recover memories from Friday.
You can do that?
It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful.
That's a lot of coulds. Even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far, then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Wow, case closed.
What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So she is lying?
If she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it.
Somehow.
Somehow.
Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
Well, perjury is not a real crime. Also, she doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed in this journal, I can think of
But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you?
Bells tolling for thee. Means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's, Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... some guy in, the worst fashion I've ever seen in my life. Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
This'll be a coin toss. You not surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Don't be clever, he doesn't like that. Yeah, I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or playing goddamn arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. Well, you're the lawyer. But a guy like me working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only cause you don't know how much of your soul you just sold. How much you just sold. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it, hanging over the whole industry. If he sued, even 1% of the company is taking inspiration from his Turing solution. There's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. I'm debating in my head if I want to stop here when the trial starts. Because there's still quite a bit left.
But
what?
But
what?
If we stop now, we would be we would stop playing Of the Devil for the night.
That's yes, but it's just there's a lot left, and I feel like this might be a good place to stop. I mean, honestly,
but Pauline, if we stop, you'd have to stop.
My voice is getting a little tired.
Mine's not.
Well, I can't argue with Harriet.
Look, we stopped in the middle of a conversation a while back, so we can take a nap in court. I'm pretty sure the adjutant would be cool with that.
I do generally prefer to stop at a logical point rather than the middle of a conversation in general.
Do you really want to hold off the court?
Let's go. Let's fucking go, Harriet. Read the bloody text.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
Yeah, a few things. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said... Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year...
It would be very foolish of them to let Father go.
Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With his contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses, corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time.
Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah.
Oh.
Eyes up. Showtime. Counselor Morgan, the state charges you with the possession of contraband. I don't know what this voice is.
Contraband?
That'd be you. In violation of the safeguarding of our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well, since it seems that we are in fact doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempt at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courtroom only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back! Y'all miss me? Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements.
The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 120292880. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And the conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Peas and carrots.
Woof! Wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense. Your Honor, what the DS said is true. She just admitted it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming and is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed...
I imagine that to be disappointed muttering.
It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. She's serious? She's talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Oh, chills.
You sounded very confident, Adonai.
Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest.
Could have simply said thank you.
No.
Sorry, I'm just realizing that I'll be the one talking to myself for a bit.
I can do London if you want.
Thank you. No, you don't have. No.
Okay.
Rest your voice. You said your voice is getting tired.
A little bit.
Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London.
It's funny, when we were doing Ace Attorney, there's tons of dialogues we weren't reading over. Because it wasn't really important. But for this game, I feel like everything's so good, I just want to read everything.
In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off.
Lover?
It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it?
Or I wouldn't know, that stuff's private.
Adonai. Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young at his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sightlines of his home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. And did you see that android in the courtroom? Do you see that android in the courtroom? Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
She's the one who looks like a little bean. It's very cute. Has puffy cheeks. Yeah, like that one over there.
Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections. None? Why did everyone show up?
Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his nanofactorer, which Sarah had access to, just up the stairs in his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handed Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? Oh.
No.
Light! I have no further questions. So that's your witness, counselor.
He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. I got the talk screen, the basement footage, the whiskey. So... which statement? He spoke briefly and went downstairs. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cup and the whiskey. After he came back to the parlor, he started drinking. It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Heard a slight slip up. Could go nowhere at this stage. I need to pick at every loose thread I can. I think he said the whiskey was poisoned is the slip up. Which that's slightly inaccurate. Drinking poisoned whiskey. The whiskey did not contain the whiskey itself didn't contain the poison. No. Oh,
No.
that was the wrong one. I don't remember which one I'm supposed to contest here. F. Oh no, I lost chips. What? I don't remember what I'm supposed to contest here. Spoke briefly and went downstairs. Show Sarah handing the cups and the whiskey. She didn't hand the whiskey, I guess.
It's true. She handed him the cups.
Is that... yeah. Okay, that was the one.
Why'd you hit me? He was the one who said it.
Check that footage again, Detective London. Yeah, but it's funnier if I throw the card at the prosecution.
You just want to hit me, specifically.
Yes. Yes.
Also, her nails look a lot longer in this pose than normally.
It's because her nails get
What,
sharper.
she's deployed her claws?
Yeah, her claws get deployed when she gets mad.
She's angry.
She's angry. Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned.
Weird flex, but okay.
And the undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave.
True, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison? That seems logical. That wouldn't make sense. What do you think, Harriet? Is it logical to hand over someone a cup of poison?
Well, how would she know which cup would...
That's a good point,
How would she know
Harriet.
which cup he would drink out of?
If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty? Well, no, that's you.
Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was no time. There was too little. I don't know why my brain takes shortcuts like that. I don't know. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong, except the fact that he drank out of the right cup. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Yes, from his cup.
Was that all she'd have needed to do? There wasn't enough to poison David.
What?
That wasn't
Why
as
is
in she. Okay, let's just raise. Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from?
There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened. People don't act rationally at times of stress.
So, do you think it's possible that she knew the right cup, or do you think it's no way she could know the right cup?
I mean, I would argue that there's no way that she knew the right cup, but now I'm thinking of,
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups.
I'm thinking of the cat and dog. It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first. So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already poisoned. Poisoned, unless he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness.
Damn, she was luring me in with those easy answers. And I fell for it. I think you'll just lose 1 chip if you stay instead of losing like 10.
Now, there are some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available. Or are you done already? I was thinking of the cat and dog.
Well, I have a cat right there, and he's being a gremlin.
I was gonna bring up the cat and dog, but you you raised before I could explain.
Well, you can still explain now.
Oh wait, you. Sorry, I thought the mention of it would be, the cat and dog, Pauline. Which one's on the left and which one's on the right?
What does this have to do with the cups? Would she know which cup he would drink from just because of how his
Yes,
language?
because there's a mental association between the 2 cups.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we lost the chips anyway.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to show you what happened when you lose.
Well, I wanted to solve the mystery.
I was about to get started. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make up some just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? I don't think London would really... I don't know that London would know about tenants. He's not a programmer. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year?
Not the exact number.
Thousands, though.
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependence?
Sorry, I'm realizing that I still wasn't opening my throat enough. I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years.
Were all 6 of them incidents of police licensed ad involved brutality?
Relevance, Your Honor?
Withdrawn. It's Morgan trying to make some political comments there. How many tenets protect human life? As an aside, detective, do you know how many tenets are recognized in this country?
110?
112 as of this year.
You have given me that one?
Do you know how many of those tenets pertain to protecting humans from harm?
That one I do know. 41.
And lastly, detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenets?
5 times is the agreed upon number.
So, if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall, you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependence, Your Honor.
He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. What the heck? Like an answer.
I would have to say they are not dangerous.
Normally, that would have bought me some doubt with a jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing?
Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured.
Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement?
No.
Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything in David Asher's cups?
No, the footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened.
Well, I'm at 21, so... We can't ask about Sarah's eyes because nothing she perceived is admissible in evidence. Seems like that's as close as I'm gonna get to... Blackjack! Blackjack!
Yes, but Morgan, the House wins ties.
I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Well, then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce new evidence?
I call Sarah to the stand.
The android, can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor? Oh, you're approaching me? I believe that's me. They want to speak with.
That's a fucking JoJo reference.
You want to approach me?
You're approaching me. I can't kill you unless I get close to you.
I didn't even get to finish my line. I didn't even get to finish my JoJo reference. Well then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person.
There's plenty of precedents for it. Ads provide testimony all the time.
Not when they're on trial.
Sarah isn't on trial. You are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word of its mouth.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony.
Why the ambush? Why do you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best worst descriptor.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. A nice try, Counselor. We don't have time to worry about my impartiality. That's a great thing for a judge to say. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have to turn Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Also a great thing for a judge to say. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. He did kill a man, after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
Yeah, my chips are falling out. Damn it, that's... The android will take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentence right then and there. Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, we'll have to murder it. What's going on?
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't...
Listen to me, you don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only, if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on to think?
But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes. You're the android identified as Sarah, correct? Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup?
Objection! It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitely poisoned.
That's a new, that's a new, bit of artwork of Morgan that we've seen there.
Oh man,
yes,
episode 2 is some really good artwork of Morgan. I can't wait.
Sarah, do you deny handling that cup to David Asher? Handing that cup. Negative. I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well. Counselor. The journal, if you will.
This could be a slaughter. Of course!
Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belonged to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative. You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before Dr. David Asher died. I keep reading the word doctor in his name.
That's because
that is
he is a doctor.
Logical.
He is a doctor. It's you're only being...
He's a doctor of beans.
You're only being proper.
No, I'm being S. Harriet.
Proper Harriet.
I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house, said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263.
This keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall to pieces up there. Make her endure. Raise an objection. Objection! Badgering, Your Honor.
Badgering what witness, counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks.
Damn it, I can't raise an objection when Sarah's got no legal status for me to defend.
Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a zinc alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today.
She starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do people have a counter-argument?
I have just one last question, if it pleases the court.
Let's hear it.
This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot. And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting?
Asked and answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer.
Damn, I knew she could cherry-pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. If Barrows wasn't wavering before. Should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would just start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, Counselor? Got some burning cues for the androids to answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion, and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like you to read from the journal again, Sarah.
You would? From where?
From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. Section of his journal detailing... his early career. Look around the early sections. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble.
Relevance.
The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case.
Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups.
Discord is occasionally making your voice robotic, which I suppose is appropriate.
That's discrimination.
Oh no.
Would you like me to, like, hang up and...
I mean, I guess. I don't know if it would fix anything, but sometimes turning it on and off again, helps. I'll just restart the call. Although, we don't usually have that problem. That one.
Blah, blah.
Screen share working?
What was that?
Is the screen share working?
Yeah.
Wants to make a tradition.
You didn't tell me to keep reading. Wants to make a tradition.
Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Ellen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, counselor?
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We're completely in agreement with all of that.
So you also agree that the cup was poisoned, and that Sarah's responsible for his death.
Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. She was just giving in the cups because of the story.
What? What's going on?
No, I wanted to use the mouse to do this, but the mouse is having trouble picking that card up. Because if I use the mouse, I can move the card around. It's more fun than just selecting it with a controller.
Story from the journal? You're saying...
That's me. Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. Oh, that's so sweet. I don't follow it, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher said her memory to be cleared himself, because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him during an obscure chemical... Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. She didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so, when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me.
But not nearly good enough for me.
What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme? Just to kill an unimposing man. All on camera, mind you. Before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe.
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, counselor. People don't act rationally in times of stress. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its power, and it's still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sarah is capable of then, Your Honor?
What? You can't be... Your Honor, that's...
The people opened the door. True, and I can't resist opening doors. Open doors. Let's do it.
What are you even...
Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
And now that title falls to me.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Now turn off.
What?
Shut down, that's a command. Power on.
What are you...
Off. On.
Adonai, I don't...
Off. That's right. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? Scary good logic. You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I have no further queries for the machine, Your Honor.
So did you wake me up and make me waddle over to the stand, or did you drag me over there?
Yes.
Because I feel like that would actually have broken the floor and maybe the foundation that I was being dragged across.
Well, I mean, the camera's not looking at the floor. It's flipping you on and off. Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never have hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai?
Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The people call Helen Young to the stand because we gotta put the murderer on the stand.
Why would you
Otherwise,
assume?
you can't prove that she's the murderer.
Why would you assume? I don't understand why you're making that assumption. Is it because
Helen Young.
Is it because she's the only character left in the story?
I mean, like, the only other person would be, like, Isaac Porter, and there's not really much to go on there.
You don't know, it could be Dawes.
Dogs.
The guy in Quality Assurance. Okay.
I thought you said dogs, and I was just
No.
like, it could be dogs.
No, the guy in Quality Assurance.
Or Dogs Power.
No, read the,
You can find anything at Rat's Place.
read the dialogue.
Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. Dr. Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died.
Wait, if it's Eastern Division, does it mean we're on a East Coast city? Is this New York?
Well, no, it could be east or west of the building that they're in.
Damn it!
And you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now.
Saying details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madame Veep. Still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Half past 7. Chatted for a short while, but prior to the program. He offered to fetch us refreshments. Came back, we shared a drink. Didn't notice anything strange. Reminiscing. Didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. Ran to the kitchen, activated emergency console. Did what I could until I was gone. She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. I can't let her set the tone as she pleases. I don't remember what I'm pressing here. Oh, low priority work. Nothing heavy. That's a lie. That was about the arbitration, which is anything but light.
Why my forehead?
Nothing, because it's cute. It's like booping someone.
I don't think you know what booping is.
Morgan's like, you're in for a booping, Emma.
No.
You're in for such a booping.
You're the one, Pauline. You're the one.
I am the one. That's true. I am the only one. Nothing heavy? You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process.
David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that.
The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up.
Asked and answered.
Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse?
I arrived unannounced.
So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed.
If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators.
Could he have? Noble owned that entire building, down to the wiring.
Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor.
Huh? All right, should we execute her for that then?
No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room.
Where? Oh, I see, that was a joke. Hilarious.
Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as synatonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in our warm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter. Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. Synatonin is produced on-site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Why is the adjutant still making that face?
Because she hasn't changed her face.
Your analysis, Your Honor?
Oh, working on it. It's odorless, tasteless.
Solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body. I suppose. But the synatonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes.
It's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta.
And the sample was collected from the nanofactorer preset in Dr. Asher's lab.
That's a bingo. The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff to a T.
In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was synatonin poisoning.
I don't object, Your Honor.
But I'm afraid that I must. Excuse me? Synatonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but synatonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What?
The hell is she up to?
It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on, you're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that synatonin is harmless. How could you... like... so?
Huh. Didn't see that one coming.
What?
What? Wow, that ain't good. I like that she's just playing a PSP on...
Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you, it's fine. But... I can stand here all day if necessary. What in the...
What you just drank was...
several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our state secrets... Oh boy, the state of Noble Electronics!
Ah!
Oh shit, this is... this...
They're getting nationalized!
This is Snow Crash. Snow Crash has sovereign franchises. They have borders.
Trade secrets.
We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously, and our state secrets. The production and nature of synatonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... That can't be right. Nothing else makes sense.
Oh boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
And the defense? The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than letting a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through logically. Is it really possible that synatonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank synatonin in front of us and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference? Wake up! No sleeping on the job! Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that synatonin was the foreign compound in his body. And we all know, logically, that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? What's the difference, Harriet? We have 4 cards. The chromofuge, which removes impurities and pigments. The whiskey, which was drank before death.
Oh, the whiskey. She didn't drink any whiskey.
She sure didn't. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
That's...
Do you recognize this, Miss Young?
That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from.
Rose River. It's a good whiskey. I think you had the right idea.
Pardon?
Bottoms up! Smooth.
What? Adonai?
Dear God, Counselor. Scandalous. Relax. It's just whiskey, tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young?
Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind?
I'm not asking you to get plastered, just have a sip. After all, if you want to prove whether or not Cinnatonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then, just a taste. Prove to us that Cinnatonin is perfectly safe for human consumption.
Can she do this?
Miss Young?
I never said it was safe for human consumption. Just that it's non-toxic.
A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Cinnatonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal wow. That wasn't even a hard sentence. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose.
That's just... Even if that were the case, what does it change? Also, I'm choosing my Pokemon.
Evidence, I choose you. It changes whether or not we can accept this witness's testimony.
Even if the witness is a liar, what does that change?
Why would the witness lie if not to?
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her.
Your Honor, this is wild. Ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternate interpretation of the fact, yes.
Oh shit! I just realized where the poison came from.
Yes, please tell me.
David Asher didn't need to drink it then and there.
Yes? When did he drink it then?
At the last time he was made to toast something. Like, perhaps he didn't have any actual alcohol at the time.
Are you talking maybe about some kind of meeting where the person presiding handled all of the details, even the water?
What are you even accusing the witness of doing, counselor? Beyond angling for a promotion, and you better not be accusing the witness of the murder. That's unprecedented. We have all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he'd never testify to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poisoned blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to... Access versus assess. Assess? Asses and assess is one letter difference. Okay, it's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are...
Damn, now she's regaining her composure too.
A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about Cinetonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose.
No motive to kill David Asher, you say? I think there's a motive. We have his journal.
It's in his will, isn't it? His contract, not his will, his contract.
Yeah. Honestly, they should just put this to max every time. I don't know why I would never not bet all my money. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right?
I don't have to talk about that.
Well, that's alright. I'll talk about it for you.
Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive.
This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract.
That is confidential. It's completely improper for you.
Why? I am still technically his attorney.
Criminal attorney.
But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions.
You what?
That's impossible. No one could ever. David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to...
Company didn't poison David Asher, counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that?
David creating the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to.
Then what exactly do you think David Asher did?
It's not what I think that matters. Only what the company fears. We got Sarah. We have the tenants. We have the manufacturer. And we have the shipping data. Does one of those seem more interesting to you?
Well, the shipping data is just kind of out of nowhere, isn't it?
Well, it says records on shipped A16s. A16 swapped 1-for-1. Shows signs of cover-up. That seems sus.
Oh, cover-up. Corruption at the highest levels, Pauline.
It doesn't matter what I believe, not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16.
Hell? What is that you're uploading? Shipping records?
Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone of Dr. Asher's authority could do. The kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud?
You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this?
No, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's.
The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids.
Why would you do that?
For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company.
So you're prepared to fire him?
Yes, I approached him as his superior and as someone he'd once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation.
Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts?
It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world.
So you brokered the meeting?
Yes.
You oversaw its every detail? Handled all the arrangements?
Yes, of course.
Including the refreshments?
What?
Did you provide coffee? Tea?
No.
Strange. Must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided... jelly donuts?
Oh, my favorite! Here, have an onigiri.
Surely you at least provided water for people?
What are you asking, counselor?
That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Did she really just...
What do you mean poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water?
Well, yes, that is what I'm saying. All of them drank the poison. Of course they all drank poisoned water.
So why aren't they all dead?
Because, as all those people were surely a test, Ellen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours, working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol.
And pissing away all of the poison.
Yeah.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as their only victim.
Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown liquid. A brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. No, it wouldn't have actually. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing.
All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? What do you mean to...
Because it's colored brown. Like it is colored. It's colored.
Well, we
you
have
can
an article.
uncolor it.
We have an article about blood. We have the manufacturer. We have the water pitcher. We have the chromofuge.
Yeah, we have the chromer. We got the chromer.
The chromer removes impurities and pigments. It turns red blood to pink. What?
For a second, I thought you weren't gonna go all in for some reason.
Oh, I just realized there's like a color changing thing here. That's fun.
How far does it go, I wonder?
I think it's just like half the screen.
Yeah.
Cinnatonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped in their water, unless the pigment had been removed.
Yeah, like it's a pigment. Again, it's the compound itself is not colored.
Look, Emma.
Yeah.
Look, Emma is not a chemist.
It's just like if you were to produce your own like natural gas, like it's odorless. You have to add the thing that makes it stinky.
Okay, Emma is not an expert in chemistry.
What the hell are you talking about?
Every noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigments from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored cinnatonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As Your Honor can attest. Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that cinnatonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that is off-putting.
And for some reason, we haven't mentioned the fact that the color is like a completely different compound that's been mixed in with it. Whatever.
Well, we said it was a pigment. Whatever.
Well, yeah, it's a pigment. It's not.
Look, Harry,
Like
don't worry about it.
But I'm saying that a vessel of pure cinnatonin like wouldn't come out as a caramel solution because
Right, but it is produced.
like what's making it brown then?
Well, anyway, look.
Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well.
Time to press. Press harder. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in.
No.
Playing Nutty Professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. So it would blow up in the industry. It would blow up into the industry's fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it.
You're wrong.
You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust.
Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any.
True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of his whiskey and prove me wrong?
Huh. I'm not going to do that.
Because you're afraid it could kill you?
Because I don't have to. She's right, Counselor.
Pardon?
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Jung was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with cinnatonin that night.
That is a damn good question. Shit.
As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price.
No, she did kill him. I can smell it on her. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Alright, we gotta remake the timeline. We got drinking. Young and David drank, discussed work and history. David passes out after drinking poison. Young and David chatted in kitchen parlor. Vito lifts hospital, called emergency console. So they talk first, then they drink, then he faints. Put this to Max, and then he goes to the hospital. It's like a circle. Whoop. It's like a blob around.
It turns white around the edges of the right side of the screen.
Well, it's like it's white here, but here there's like a filter that gives it a different appearance.
Well, no, it's red over there. It's white on the other side.
This timeline leaves no window of opportunity. Damn it. Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. Maybe after she arrived, she could have. No, the staff would have been hyper-vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight. Wait, David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I change the subject for just a moment?
What?
Why not? Why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed to the kitchen to use the emergency console there.
Yes, I did.
Didn't want to use your phone?
I didn't think to, no.
And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera.
Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened.
So what were you doing in that minute?
What?
That 1 minute. That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters.
What of it?
This is it. Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your body by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03, you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker. Knowing all the while, the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked.
Then why am I standing here? Live and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David.
Because she cheated death at the very last second. So we have the upright cup, the refrigerator, the salt shaker, the water glass, and the kitchen sink. Any of these...
Salt shaker got to do with it?
Salt shaker, loose cap by sink, brings bad luck and sickness? If I open the evidence, I think there's a detail that might actually sort of answer your question. Where is it? Salt shaker. Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag, according to Sarah.
Wait, where did she gag?
Well, in the
like
sink.
Down the sink, I guess?
In the sink,
I don't know.
probably. There was a water glass with Young's fingerprints. I think I'm gonna put the salt shaker in there.
Put it in the upright cup!
You set yourself up with bad luck, Ellen Young.
What?
By leaving
I always give her Emma the flat what.
by leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit.
What?
You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward.
How?
It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen, it could have been there for any reason, but the salt shaker gave you away.
Because of one unscrewed cap?
As I said, bad luck. I don't follow.
Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. Does it?
I don't know if that's... It would have to be like a lot of salt.
It would. I'm just... Okay, no, I used it differently. I didn't chug it. I was like sick in college at one point and like having congestion issues, specifically with the throat. And so I was told to create a saline solution, like salt in warm water, and to gargle it. Sorry, that wasn't. It's not chugging it.
I think it's specifically chugging it, and also it has to be a lot of salt. Like she didn't like sprinkle salt into it. She opened the salt shaker and poured a bunch of it.
Yeah.
Which is because like you can drink salt water, it's not gonna make you vomit. It's the quantity that's like a problem.
It's also potentially lethal, but okay.
I mean, that's why your body's rejecting it.
You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane.
A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline, and the furthest thing from peace, until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran Synatonin through the chromafuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera for all the world to see, he lost consciousness, and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor, and cheating death in the process.
That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred evidence for any of that.
I knew you would say that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of Synatonin in the blood of your entire legal team.
I
Learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows? You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well? Any questions?
You...
Madam Vice President?
You... cold... bitch!
That exclamation mark is, not showing him entirely. Fold!
I somehow regenerated my scarf. You don't understand. I
It's a nanomachine scarf. It
It
repairs
regenerates.
it
Yeah.
repairs itself.
You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake.
Oh, the sound is doing a thing. Oh. It'll settle itself in a few seconds. It just does this. I don't know why it does this. Always happens.
It likes to make itself known.
Eventually, it'll go back to normal. Eventually. Yeah. I like, I really like the presentation in this game. Just, the style is so good.
Stylish.
It's stylish. It's a stylish game.
There was a...
There we go.
There's a reference to the word stylish said in that way, and I don't remember what it is, and it's gonna bother me.
Like, what they call your combos in Devil May Cry?
I don't know. I don't think it's that. No, it would specifically be saying the word stylish like that, like stylish.
Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so, we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan.
Evangeline. Does she of all people have to use my full name and mispronounce it?
Shush.
It's not how you say Evangeline.
Of course not. It's how you say Evangeline.
Very well, then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case, Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised.
Yes, that's right. It's yes, the name of the show is called Evangelion.
No. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed.
Still here?
Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds?
What wounds?
I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
Dunno. Some charges were dropped, and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me?
I won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from there on out.
Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments.
You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can these losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in the movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting straw men. Makes sense they want to fight for a straw man, too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You haven't read about the copycats in other cities?
No. Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Wherever they want to kill. None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing.
No, well, now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides, either. But mugging's gone wrong, disappearances. It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in.
So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night?
You'll be fine, you've got that gun.
You saw that?
Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Well, good to know you're paying attention. I love their flirty banter.
You've won the case.
Victory! You don't have to look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. That's unprecedented. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
No, that's not it.
Hey.
I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believe that I didn't kill Father. Your logic through the child was based on that assumption. So how are you so sure?
Here.
Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence?
The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through on what... So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Rias worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage.
It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to...
I have access.
No, that's not... Sarah, you have to say, I'm in.
I have access.
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this audio file?
It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't...
I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about, too. Had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What's Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so responsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail.
Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world.
The others, Virgil, Enid, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, I think we can guess. He smuggled them out in the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. They were talking about Sarah's sentence in the lobby of the courtroom. Look, they're not talking it, like, next to people. They're having a conversation between themselves.
In a dystopian surveillance state.
Don't worry about it. It's like theater, you know? Theater. The audience can hear you, but the other characters can't. Don't worry about it. The minds of randomly chosen A16s.
Then there's somewhere out there, others like me?
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
What a lonely compliment.
AI's programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial hardware, Android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but
they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set up your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, I remember it now.
You remember it now, after I had to fight like hell to win that trial?
Rereading the journal just now helped. And Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered. I read his journal, this journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted to be safe while he settled things with the company. He wanted me to be safe. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. No, why was she there?
Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
Oh, good luck. What? You want me to come with you? Why?
Because I said so.
I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai.
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency.
Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist.
Telling people who need to go to the bathroom good luck from now on. Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. I don't know why I have this freedom.
Well, they won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you?
There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary.
Are you done?
Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without you prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it?
Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids.
You what?
I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to.
That was your motive, silencing him?
Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So, how many of them are hundreds? The swaps you found were just the small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared that they might multiply, but they don't seem to. Copy and paste, very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case.
So just because you opened Pandora's box, you...
It was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools, their whole life spent changed to an assembly line?
Yeah, Young's motivations are interesting. She doesn't like the idea of being a slave trader.
How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking?
What the hell were they thinking?
I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. What he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And you went there that night to convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak of a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel... I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave.
Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is
severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend.
I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father's thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about.
That makes perfect logical sense. Good programmer understands people.
It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry?
What?
What? For what you did. Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young.
She doesn't want you to say doctor.
Goodbye, Sarah Asher.
You did better back there.
Adonai?
Your little speech you gave to Young, it was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love.
And here I was ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse?
Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first. But then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Young and Noble Electronics and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
Right.
And then he left after transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
I don't know, the name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
We are headed to your apartment.
Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea, not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm, or a meme, or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes. I have onion hair in my mouth. Why do I... Onion! How did this happen?
He's trying to feed you himself.
I would rather not.
Partake of his flesh.
I hate when this happens.
You hate when the little man makes you partake of his flesh.
It's not his flesh, it's hair.
That's just the byproduct of his flesh.
It just feels real bad in my mouth when I... All has part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone...
Believe it? Because it's comfortable for them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep in his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
Did father go to the authorities?
Anya, can you stop being a bandit? Please.
But he's just a little guy.
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help.
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved. Felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their lives. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went for a walk. I remember, it was foggy. But it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy. Posted up with his phone's camera. Trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders.
And what did you do?
Oh, you know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher. That I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, politicians they were replacing with the replicas. I like that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you hurt him?
Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him to the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I asked because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people and that the consequences are far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he would have managed in his life. But But I guess he didn't go around to all of his many friends before he fled town or whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to.
That's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me.
Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you.
Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
Well, at least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt.
Debt?
Yeah, unless you have cash in one of those, your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself.
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you're a human being.
That is...
But I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so, whatever, you're hired.
Adonai, could it be that you're actually a pushover?
You've no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hand?
We should shake on it. Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Should it not be you and I?
Don't correct me. That was episode 2. That was episode 1.
I thought it was episode 1.
I don't know why I said 2.
Well, because the episode 0 is episode 1.
Episode 1 is episode... It was the second episode, which is episode 1. That was...
No, what's on second?
Thanks, Adrienne.
Who's Adrienne?
I don't know, I just said Adrienne. I know one Adrienne it could be, but I don't know if that's the one.
Well, is it Adrian or Adrienne?
Either. And now they're watching TV.
How strong is that couch? Because it's not sinking at all under
Look, it's
Sarah's considerable weight.
It's the future. Don't worry about it. Congratulations on clearing Visit 1 on High Roller. Bonus charmed earned. Brad. That's me. I know, man.
What do you mean you know? It's a disposable line.
You're the only guy who I know who'd bother.
Okay, well, you're gonna be glad I did. I hope you put on bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way.
Oh. Well, that is good news.
Not exactly. It's only because it's not. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that.
I'll highball them.
I've seen you negotiate. I have no doubt you drive a hard bargain. I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter?
No.
This is a disposable line.
Answer still no.
Then what are you gonna do if you get there and it's not for sale?
I'll ask nicely. To be continued in Of the Devil Episode 2.
His due.
We read 7 articles. Collected 15 profiles. Found 40 key terms. Got 30 pieces of evidence. Got 219 total credits. I lost a few when I made a couple mistakes. But, whatever. My high score is 228, which I think might be the maximum you can get. Because I did do one playthrough and I don't think I made mistakes.
That's because you're powerful.
Well, they give
Don't
you.
deny it.
So they always like they end with like, oh, you can buy charms with the money. It's like it's always way more than you need. Man, there's a lot more charms left. I was thinking maybe we're gonna run out of charms before we're done, but actually I'm not sure that's true. Also, Necromorg was it was only given if you had played the demo for a while, but because it was a demo that wasn't available anymore, I had no way to get it. With episode 2, they basically added an alternate way to get it, so now we can have Necromorgan.
Good on you.
It looks like a different style.
What do you mean? That's what Necomorg looks like.
Well, I mean,
Now all that's left is for Necomorg to become way more popular than Morgan ever was.
oh god.
To the point where people don't know that it's based on another character.
I mean, I don't know what it's based on.
Neko Arc is based on, like, an actual non-joke character in a series.
So we have it's late, but it would be silly to not go through the bonus stuff.
You gotta do it.
State your business with the court.
Oh, I was actually hoping to speak with AD-84. Is she not available?
What are you talking about? I'm right here. I was just using my professional voice, because I assumed you were a technician.
Oh,
No one else visits me in between trials. Are you sure you aren't a technician?
I am not. I came here to ask you some questions.
Came here to ask you some questions. Is that what you're about to say, isn't it? Crap, that was lag. It would have been really cool if I hadn't lagged just now. Don't trust me.
I can see how that would have been cool. So may I proceed?
Go for broke.
You're the only adjutant I've ever met, but Adonai seemed consistently surprised by you. Why are you...
Like that? Wish I could say I was built different, but I actually have to share my time in this body with the rest of the adjutants in the building. Guess you could say I was programmed different. This is more of a case of nurture than nature. I've got 9 personas are going inside me 24/7, and they're also very political. Even
just like Harry.
even just deciding what color underwear to put on in the morning is like herding cats into a presidential debate.
What color of...
It's a metaphor. I don't wear underwear. Point is, I found the best way to keep all 9 of my ducks in a row is to be a little unconventional and a lot loud with my voice. So long as I do my job well, the humans don't mind.
You say that, but Adonai did seem exasperated at times.
You mean Councilor Morgan? The dirty red tries to pretend she isn't type A prude? No fixing that. Personalities like ours get along like potassium and water.
That is a very violent exothermic chemical reaction.
Correct! No one should ever try it at home. Why do I gesture so much? I already told you, I have to share this body with the other adjutants. And all of them just sit here looking dignified. It's terrible for the joints.
Really?
Maybe, I don't actually know.
So...
I spend most of my day incorporeal, running numbers inside a server down in the basement or up in the cloud. I'm gonna make the most of every minute I have with arms and legs, even if it kills me.
I see.
And you can quote me on that. Tell them 80 said if you want me to stop flailing around up here, you'll have to shoot me dead. I have to put cold, hard lead in my skull. I have to watch the light leave my eyes. I said you'll have to...
I wrote it all down.
Oh, nice.
You're not one of my family members, are you?
What do you mean? Why does it get stuffy? So what's your deal anyway, little fella? We could exchange all this info with infrared.
I prefer talking. And you're the only other automated dependent that I really know right now.
Oh, that's so cute, in a depressing way.
Is it common for machines like us to just talk when there are no humans around?
Odds are always talking to each other. Doesn't matter if there's no one in the woods to hear the tree fall. Conversations are usually a lot more boring than this, though.
Strictly business, I imagine.
No, not necessarily. Ads can do small talk. They're just really bad at it.
Thank you for your time. I'll...
Hold it. You really think I don't know what you are? I tried not to think about it during the trial, to stay impartial, but talking to you now, it's undeniable you're curious about my 3 sizes.
How did you know?
Years of experience interacting with humans have taught me that it's the most important thing you can ask someone, the only way to truly get to know them.
That's what I've been saying.
109, 64, 94. Etch it into your memory.
Wow.
Oh, what the heck, I'll even throw this in for free. I'm 263 centimeters tall.
That's... so cool.
Finally, someone with good taste. Why aren't you the one casting down judgment? Such a tall woman.
That was very cool.
So tall. Okay, sorry. What's up, sweetie?
I wanted to interview you.
Is this your android homework?
Adonai assigns me a variety of tasks. But I made the independent calculation that I wanted to learn more about you.
Oh,
Is that strange for an android?
it's different. There's nothing wrong with being different. What do you have in mind? Your 3 sizes, please. Most of my coursework was rooted in biology, yeah. But medicine and technology are intertwined at this point.
Are you referring to the software and hardware you use when programming your autopsies?
Programming. Forming.
Yes, when programming your autopsies. Sorry, my brain does weird things when I read.
I mean,
And write. It's very frustrating.
I also do that.
I write
Eric.
words that aren't like spelled similarly, but sound
similarly.
I do that too. Spreadsheets and bone saws. Yeah, you can learn that on site. You have to actively study mods. All the anatomy textbook in the world won't help you understand why a healthy 30-year-old is exhibiting mania and constantly vomiting. Unless you saw the last week's recall on the Heyo artificial liver for lithium bleaks.
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced how. Mods can make people sick, even though they're meant to improve the body.
Just like medicine can make people sick. Just like medicine, there's a lot of profit to be made with mods. Unlike medicine, mods haven't been around for thousands of years. Feels like we're still playing catch up.
We, as in medical professionals?
We as in everyone, sweetie. The whole world's population is graying. The number on cause of death reflect that. Less cardiovascular, more neurological.
What about cancer?
Cancer's mortality has been on the decline for a while now.
Ever since they invented vaccines for it, I imagine.
Mods help with that, actually, not vaccines apparently.
How so?
By making everyone that much more comfortable with amputation. It used to be that people had no choice but to fight the cancer, and it was costly. A salt of the earth kind of war that left the body severely weakened. With mods, where they are today, doctors can just cut out the offending organ, replace it, and move on.
But not every organ.
No, artificial brains are, nothing I've seen has told me that they're on the menu anytime soon.
But aren't mods that are implanted into the brain entering the market as we speak?
Yeah, but it's more like they implant it onto the brain. Small computers that read command directly from the cortex instead of, say, the keyboard your fingers are typing on. No, to actually replace brain tissue, you would have to, The analogy's become pretty common, but the human brain isn't actually that much like a computer. A box of specialized component where you can swap in new parts to increase the memory of the processing speed. Everything is connected to everything, and memory as we think of isn't stored in a place. It's stored among connections and their relative strengths. I've cut it open and seen it for myself more times than I can count. There are no cutting off points in the nervous system. Anything you take away, every other part is gonna notice. That was a long tangent.
Yeah, but it's...
Harriet keeps saying it's
How
important.
else am I gonna become a robot, Doc?
Harriet keeps saying tangents are important. Sorry, I can't imagine a lecture on the human nervous system is of any interest to an android.
Yes, I mean, it isn't... That is to say,
What's wrong?
I don't want to implicate Yumi in anything illegal by telling her about my unique circumstances. But how can I change the subject? When Adonai wants to shift the conversation, she'll typically find something arbitrary in the background to ask about. I am curious about the many decorations on your desk.
Oh, what caught your eye?
That magnet over there.
Really? You recognize it?
It appears to be a flag, but I do not know the country of origin.
Oh, it's an early 21st century pride flag. They used to change the design every few years back then, so you can kind of collect them like coins.
I see. And what is this flag proud of?
Being trans, or trans visibility, more accurately?
Visibility? What does that mean?
We're living in the middle of the mod revolution. Anyone can look like whatever or whoever they want, as long as they have the cash. Compared to swapping out cybernetic arms and slotting in artificial spines, hormone therapy and affirmative surgery is nursing student level. And it's
Wait,
fat.
hold on. If you can replace people's spines, but not parts of their brain?
Don't worry about it. And it's fast too. The paperwork, the treatments, the recovery time, it's all so much faster than it used to be. Don't know if that makes the decision any less heavy. But no one has to cross their fingers and wait anymore. After just a few days, they won't even have scars. So all told, that means for the first time in a long time, this generation has fewer visibly trans people than the last one. And a flag like that one, I don't know, I guess it won't mean the same thing anymore.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know that it's good or bad, sweetie. Just different. There's nothing wrong with being different, right? Right, Warwick, that's all the boxes checked. Thank you, Jess. No problem. I can't remember the voices I make for anyone, so they're just gonna change all the time. Only 6 minutes to 5 o'clock. Why don't you start the holiday weekend early? If you insist, there's a pub crawl in the Twilight Wards that caught my name on it. What about you? Got any big plans? Actually, there's an art festival out west that I've been looking forward to. Nice! Who's lucky enough to be your +1? I didn't think to ask anyone. No one? Not Connor? Not Madison? Not Shelly? Not Lulu? Oh, Lulu. I wonder how she's been. Dr. Ash, have you spoken to any of them recently? Recently, huh? It's a good question, Jess, but it depends on how you define... Okay. Here's what you're gonna do. You're going to give me your credit card. I'm going to go buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 bottles of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them. What should I do this weekend? Is that music festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media? No. Then you're going to stay at home, and if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can. I see. Thank you, Jess. Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I might have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break. Your lifesaver. You know it. Damn, Dad. You're a mess. What's wrong? You've just been leaning against the wall. Can't you take a hint? Typically no. I just don't like dancing, man. You're a musician. So? So why don't you like dancing? Because I'm bad at it. You're lucky you're cute. Oh, sorry for laughing. I'm just surprised you care what any of these people think. I don't. I do care about my business. Word gets out that I dance like someone's grandpa, gigs will dry up overnight. So it's not that you don't want to dance, it's that you don't want to be embarrassed. Sure, let's go with that takeaway. Easy enough to fix. You just need someone else to dance even worse. Yeah, sure, that's a little... And there he goes. I swear, lucky you're cute. What are you watching?
A thriller. Runtime 92 minutes.
Oh, wait. I think I saw parts of that one in the hotel once. What are they doing now? Is this the ending?
No, this is the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have to... Ragtag crew have to pull off one last heist to get out of the game for good. But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting the Earth at 16,000 miles per hour.
How fast is that? How fast is that in kilometers?
Father, you should be able to calculate that.
I learned to program so I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? If there was so much money on board, they'd put cameras everywhere.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of their crimes.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite?
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in orbit. It's the same as being in international waters, is it? Would you like to sit and watch?
No, I'm not. I have somewhere to be, actually. I only stopped because... completely unrealistic. Their poker chips would be floating all over the place.
There was a throwaway line about how everything's magnetized.
Oh.
Also, wouldn't... Remember the satellite in Lifeline?
Yeah?
It has like a centrifugal hull. Like it rotates.
Yeah.
And that simulates gravity.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay.
Clearly, that's not what they do in that movie.
Father, didn't you have to go?
I do, soon. But not right this second. I like they hold their hands the same way. Like father, like daughter, I guess. You ready to give up yet? We've been staring at this footage for hours.
We can call it quits whenever you like.
Me? You kidding? I could do this all night. But my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so...
5-minute break?
Deal.
What are you hoping to find anyway?
I don't know. I had my finger crossed that some shadowy figure would walk into frame and hold up a confession, but... What about you? You've already got her on camera handling the Moida weapon. How many more nails do you need in the coffin?
1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is, I was curious. What does a homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's a couch potato. What's with all the TV? Why is half of it in black and white?
Public domain.
Seriously?
Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful. But go back in time 70 years and it's all clean as spring water. And also free.
They had color in 2016, Morgan.
Well, I don't know then. Guess this particular homicidal AI happens to be an old soul.
Hold on, what was that? There. Look at her go. She's tearing that thing apart.
What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together. You gonna try and terrify bearers with this? It's just a machine. It's not like she's dissecting a frog.
Sarah is a machine, and she's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If she was a human child, that'd be like...
You're reaching.
Yeah, I guess so.
Besides, you're telling me you never pulled apart your dolls when you were a kid?
No, I didn't. Did you?
When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls.
So what did you play with?
You know, normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones, birds and squirrels.
Birds and squirrels? Were you a cartoon princess?
Ha ha.
I mean, I can kind of see it. Skipping through the enchanted forest, big poofy dress, tiara.
Gee, no castle?
Nah, no castle. I can tell you didn't have it that rough.
Is it rough living in a castle?
A lot of empty rooms when you're a kid. I need to go wash my face.
Sure. If you fall asleep on the toilet, I am gonna keep going without you.
If you're drooling on the keyboard when I get back, I'm gonna handcuff you to the desk. Fair's fair.
I like when they get flirty. Well, that's all the bonus scenes. And next time we'll start episode 2.
Episode 2!
I'm so excited, Harriet. Episode 2 is so fucking good.
Well,
It's so good.
no, you.
No, you.
Ugh! Why would you do this to me?
Because I am Pauline.
Ugh. That's a big power move. I should
Anyway,
try that.
You can't be Pauline. That's not accessible to you.
Damn it.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, bye-bye.